And there we go, that microphone is on. Happy Thursday, October the 12th. Boy, the month is just flying by of 2023. And welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course on the screen we've got Rebbe in Iceland, our archived footage. I'm hoping that we're going to have some new footage soon of something. I'd like to see new footage. And speaking of new footage, E.T. call home. E.T. call home. No, E.T. go home. No, E.T. no go home. Actually, E.T.'s getting a new island. He's got a new home. Home Reef erupted, a home reef volcano in Tonga, and it's growing. It's a new island. Well, it's got a whole new chunk to the island, which is really cool. I like that. And of course we've got more quakes around the planet, stuff like that, and other volcanoes that are starting to show signs of activity. And Iceland. Just south of what we're looking at. Yep, about a kilometer to the south or so is where things are shaking, and we're going to have a look at that right away too. So let's get at it and say hello to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue Hayes, who's in the chat right now, and of course we've got CND Boy and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and a few more. So that's all good. So I'm going to want coffee for this show. Maybe coffee with a little, if you know what I mean. Oh, you might need some. Especially if you're going to go to the home reef volcano. Anyway, welcome to everyone else as well. I'm glad to have you all on board today. I see 21 in there so far, 18 likes. That means most of you hit it. I guess there's 3 of you that didn't like it. I'm sure you'll hit that like button. It's free. We don't charge any extra for it. Anyway, welcome to everyone, and I'll start out by saying welcome to Hermione and Fluffy and Perfectability999, Brian and Rayola and Henry Nelson and Peter Greenleys and BMAT. William is here. Welcome. Julianne also on board, as well as, who else we got? Peter Greenleys. Yep, we got Metal Omi 54 is back. Guten Abend. And let's see, who else we got? We got Peter already, and we got Brian already. The Reborn is here as well. And ESD, welcome back. I haven't seen you for a while. Good to have you back on board. Linda Schoof saying hello from the Lurkers Lounge. As usual, I don't know why she's always lurking. It's kind of makes me nervous. She's always spying on us. That's a great, Linda. Thanks. And that's actually, it's better that you let us know than we won't do anything that we shouldn't. Oh, I know. That's those other ones that don't say anything that we have to worry about. Let's see. Did we get everybody else in here? Kevin Williams is here as well. Welcome, Kevin. And still scrolling up. And Christian was first one in, got the cookies. Speaking of cookies, I didn't even put any cookies out. What went silent? Hang on, is this a thing on? I'm a 5x5, they told me. I'm not gone silent, Peter. If you got silence, there's something wrong there. Susie just popped in as well. Welcome, Susie. And I'm trying to think of what I'm doing here as I'm typing. Yeah, I typed it correctly. Can only do so many things at once, and reading the screen, typing at the same time, and of course trying to move the mouse around doesn't always work. Anyway, there's fresh lava cookies for everyone, and I hope you guys enjoy those. And let's see. Anyway, let's not mess around here. We're going to get right at things. First, a place we really want to look at, well, we don't really have to look at it, but we're gonna, and that's over in Hawaii, since that is where what's loaded underneath here. By the way, that was our special picture of the day. And other than Sue, and other than Henry, who wants to guess at that one? That'd be kind of neat. I think that's kind of neat to look at it. If you know the volcano, tell me, what jungle volcano is this? Oh boy. Okay, it's too quiet. I'm not seeing a flood of answers. Everybody stumped? Come on. You can't be lagging that much. All right. We'll turn that one off. Yeah, sure. BMAT. It's not hum. Sue. A nice volcano, Sue. All right. And nobody's guessing, so I'm going to spill the beans. Well, actually, I'll let Sue spill the beans. Sue, which volcano is that? She knows. She knows. I know. Not Popo. No. It's not Rincon de la Vieja. No. Sue, come on. You sent this to me. At least I better double check just to make sure that I didn't mess up and pick a different one when I grabbed that photo. Yeah, no, I'm right. Yeah, there you go. It's yes, sir, and that's all good. I figured I'd throw that in and just kind of throw people for a little bit of a loop. Derek is here. Welcome from Western Oregon, and that's cool. And let's see. All right, so yeah, we'll leave that guy off, and we're going to go back to Kilauea. There we go. There is our wonderful Helima. You can see the old West Lava Pond right there, or what's left of it. It looks deformed in this light. We do still see a little bit of a smoker in the middle of it. Anyway, they panned over here. They dwell too long on here, but that is our southwest event that we had on the wall there. Pretty cool, and you can still see quite a bit of a drop here. And of course, that was that southwest lava pond that kind of sunk afterwards. Hey, look, an avalanche. We seen an avalanche. They might have had a quake there just now. A little bit of a tumble. Wow. Rocks are falling at Hawaii. Be careful, people. That thing is collapsing. Over time, it's naturally going to fall in and things like that. So, pretty awesome. Anyway, let's see. What else? Well, I know they're going to point back to the other side there, but I am more interested in just going through. I did this one very early this morning, or late last night, just before I went to bed. And I noticed this is the camera looking north on the south side of Helima. And I seen these wonderful spots there, and I thought, hey, maybe we should mention those and let you guys see. So we do actually have some heat going on inside Helima, and that would be about the central region there for that central vent. So this is over in the old southeast lava pond area, or just on the edge of it, and makes you wonder, right? Anyway, let's redo that one and see what it looks like right now. And that's right in this region, so just on the edge of it. And that would be the southeast lava pond. There's our old steamer, and that's on the edge of Helima, and that's where it used to be, at least. It was giving out steam way back before this other fissure eruption. and it still is now, even though that there's seemingly a few meters of lava on top of it. Anyway, you can see that there's a Pig Island in the central vent area, and then of course that southwest lava pond, or west lava pond, west lava vent. And then looking on the walls here, we're still seeing some steam come out, so we know this whole area is hot. It's ready to go. I'm not sure when it's going to happen. Welcome Philomena and Cananescus country. Good to see you guys. This was the shot from very early for the other one, but that didn't help us any. This is the B1 camera, and that is today's shot. We can see the vents here and not doing a darn thing. There's our smoker, the steam coming out of the sidewall back there, and of course our central area in Helema Uma'u, and we can see that from this angle here, so pretty cool. BMAT, and another month of fun. Awesome, BMAT. Thank you for renewing and appreciate that. Let's keep going here, and this is, well, let's renew it. That was kind of bright. Anyway, that is our thermal, and this is right in line with those hot spots that we were seeing on the other image. So from the south camera, that's pretty cool. That kind of confirms what we were seeing on the thermal, and that is pretty awesome. And if we go down to the bottom end here, still, holding some lighter temperature in here, telling you that, hey, there is still hot lava underneath, including in the west vent area here. And you can kind of see a little bit better today, actually. That is our west lava pond that we used to point at there. And it's got a little bit of a smoker in it, and that's always interesting. But that is where the hot spots are, and those are just to the south of the Pig Island, really, when you're looking at it. And I'll keep talking about Pig Island because it was there for so many years. It was an old thing, Pig Island. Anyway, let's leave Hawaii be. And Hawaii is beautiful, so hopefully we'll see something happen there soon. The anticipation is high for everyone. Let's go over to Iceland now, and let's see if I can find the right screen. There we go. That's the first cam. Let's see, the other one look any better? I don't know. Maybe. They're about the same. Really no difference between the two, and that is a live shot. You can see the beautiful silhouetted Keilir right there, and then of course the lights of Reykjavik, the capital city, and the glow off in the clouds. Let's back that up about 6 or 7 hours and see what their day was like. And there we go. Ooh, ooh, scary, scary. White stuff everywhere. Not what we were expecting, was it? But that is, we know it was snowing yesterday. And yep, that is it. So definitely getting some snow in the area. And that looks pretty awesome. Our wonderful Rebbe event here, still doing some steaming, and I guess it would if it's cold enough for snow. Any of that moisture that gets on there would do its thing real quick and evaporate. Kia ora to our wonderful Amelia. Good to see you on board. Unable to stay and chat, listening, going from the alert. Going from the Lurkers Lounge. All right, no worries, Amelia. Enjoy your listening there, and all cool. So yeah, a little bit of interesting stuff going on there, and I do believe it was snowing earlier there, and there you can see that it was a rain and snow mix, I think, from the looks of things, and that was right around 10 minutes before 1 p.m. 12:50, just after lunch. So pretty awesome. BMAT, wow, and thank you. I'll throw in two smiles. Maybe we'll get some lava ice cream later again. I'd like some lava ice cream. That would be good. I would like that. BMAT, thank you very kindly. And BMAT and $9.99 there. That'll get that going. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, BMAT. All right, so yeah, a little bit of snow there, and more steam coming off earlier in the day. Let's put that one back on live. Let's take a look at some of the other ones and scare ourselves a little bit more. I want to make that one smaller. There we go. And yep, we don't see a heck of a lot. Let's see what happens when we back up. This one here is, well, we're not seeing any snow on this one. Well, maybe snow coming down, but it's not staying. This is slightly further away. The other camera is located over there somewhere in the fog. Anyway, this is up on Thorbjorn, just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And of course, it looks like it's a little bit windy there, but definitely some snow and precipitation. Not much visibility of the Atlantic Ocean out in the back here. And of course, we can't see Grindavik from here, but it's off to the right-hand side. All right, let's leave that one. We're going to put that one back on live. Next one is our wonderful cityscape here. Let's see if that'll come through for us. And yeah, I can't really see too much snow there, but if we back that up a little bit for the daytime and see if it had much snow. Well, it didn't have much snow there. We see it on the mountains though, that's for sure. They definitely had snow. The roofs are all still black or red or whatever color they were, or green. Some of them, of course, are white, but you see the other ones here, so you can kind of spot them in there. You know, the red roof is still red, the green roof is still green. Tells you they didn't get a big pile of snow. If there was any, it was minimal. And we'll back that up a little bit more, see if it looked a little worse earlier. We couldn't tell. It looked more like rain for these guys. So that's kind of what we had there. This, of course, from the Perlin Center in Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Let's move that on. That's back to live. And we'll make that smaller and go to our next shot. And this one again, we'll have to set it to the commercials. No? Let's see. Will this one go to commercials too? Maybe. No, maybe not. All right. This one didn't go to commercials. Let's back up. This should be Katla from one of the angles. And yeah, even at Katla, we got a heck of a lot more snow. We can't see Katla, just a portion of it. But it is hiding behind those clouds right there. I don't think we've seen it any better earlier or any better later. And this is about the best view right about here. And yeah, lots of snow there. So that's what we're seeing. And if we go back, it was really horrible. Like that. Ugh. Almost volcano gray. Anyway, that is the live shot, so we'll make that one smaller. We'll go back to the other side and skip this ad because that guy talks too much. Anyway, let's see if we can spot it here. This is going back about 4.5 hours. Well, you can see some of it, and the snow definitely has advanced some, as you can see here in the rock area. And it's starting to creep up, get closer to this farmland. Anyway, that Katla is hiding in there. Unfortunately, we are unable to see it. So that's kind of what we've got from that angle. If we go back right to about here, we got a rainbow. Come on, right there. And there we go. So you can see a nice rainbow going through our screen here. And that is pretty cool. So a rainbow over Katla. And I don't see a pot of gold down here anywhere. Darn it. Where is my pot of gold? I want one. All right. That is what we've had at Katla. I don't know how long that thing lasted. Let's see. Well, I think we probably had about the middle of it. So maybe not. We were pretty close to the beginning. Ooh, nice. And where's the pot of gold? Yeah, Irish Monk didn't put it out there. He's in cahoots with those little green guys there. Those what do they call them? Leprechauns. That's it. Leprechauns. He knows them. And sometimes I wonder if those leprechauns aren't actually from Star Wars. But anyway, yeah, it's the leprechaun thing. All right, let's leave that one be. Going to put that back on live. Just wanted to share that little bit of a rainbow with you. And we'll make that smaller as well and carry on. And this is our wonderful Grindavik down there and the two naval towers. And you just seen the lighthouse beam of the beacon going by as it's panning around there. You see it again. And of course the regional power plant down there, a steam power plant running off of natural steam. Let's back that up about 6 hours. I don't believe they had snow down there yet, but I don't know. I've been working all day. I was in a building, a 40,000 square foot building, by myself. I was the only one in there. 40,000 square feet, and just me. Huh. I thought, that's kind of weird. Anyway, there we go, and see that the steam is really pouring out of that vent over there. Not seeing that much steam coming from this front area here at all. We do still see an extra venting from the power plant, so they still have an excess amount of steam. We're seeing little steam floaters here on most of these other vent areas as well. Interesting stuff. Can't see too far off in the distance. Not able to see Ragnar. Our wonderful Blue Lagoon is over there. And not seeing too much. It looks like maybe a little bit of steam coming off of that. But really, really hard to tell from this angle. The lighthouse would be just down this road here. And into this driveway where this camera is located. And not quite as far as the camera, but very, very close. So that's where the actual lighthouse is. Anyway, and that is what we're seeing there right now. Going to put that one back on live, and we'll make that smaller. We'll just have a quick peek at our harmonic tremor charts. I got to redo that. Like I said, I just got home here and I didn't really get too much time to do much of anything. But I am really, really interested in seeing what's going on, and I'm curious. Our magmatic way up, and then it started to descend again, and our seismicity was up as well with the tectonic movement at early in the morning, their time, or late last night, our time. Seismicity, unfortunately, not going in the right direction. And then, of course, seeing a little bit more action here, very sharp jolts, and that is always interesting when we're seeing that. I thought yesterday when I was watching this, I thought maybe we're going to get something now. So I don't want to spoil it, but we're going to, once we get back, we're going to go take a break right away. Head fake. Who faked the head? Is a Raven with you? Uh-oh, it's a Pepsi time. Anyway, we're going to have a look at the rest of the charts once we get back from the break. And let's see if we can get you back on the right screen here. Looking at that one, there we go. We're going to make that go. Perfect. All right, I will let that run for now. Yeah, I'm just curious to see what all is happening there in Iceland. And we've got so many other volcanoes to look at today. It's going to be a little longer show, I think. We'll see what happens. We'll try to motor through it. Anyway, gonna go take that break. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're just peeking in from the outside and going, hey, this is pretty cool. And yeah, give it a shot. We don't fool around. We're not bad people. We've got good, well, we fool around, but we don't tell bad things. We tell the truth on here. So that's something that's important. Factual information. If we don't know something, we usually say it. Sometimes we make mistakes, and we own up to those as well. So, hey, we're human. But for the most part, everything that comes out of here is usually pretty good as far as factual. All right, on those friendly words, I'm going to go take that break. Michael Olson just popped in here. Kevin Haynes also popped in. Welcome, you guys. And I'm going for my break. Don't go away. Lots more to come. I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go, that microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin. And Lizoid, you're taking the dogs to the vet tomorrow for their annual shots. It's almost like yesterday is when you did it last. And it's already been a year. Pretty wild, pretty awesome. Teresa, welcome. Good to see you. Who else was it that popped in here? Lizoid, of course, I got in. And Kimi Lambert, welcome. Good to have you back on board. And I think that's about it. If I missed anyone that snuck in here, just to speak up, I'll say hello to you and keep that kind of thing going. Thanks, Kimmy. All right, before we lose visual, I wanted to just go over here for a second. I know we were doing other things, but I needed to do this because, well, we already kind of missed the shot. Whoops. We had a really clear view of the egg, okay, about 4 minutes ago. And that is about 4 pictures back. This thing updates every minute, but this is a Shivelush, and a Shivelush on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, of course. And there's where, well, you can see the edge of the old egg there, all the way around. And the new egg is sitting in the middle here, and of course it seems to be steaming from right behind it and billowing out some pretty awesome amounts of stuff. I just figured I'd show that before we lost that shot. Here's another view of it, and again this is already messed up because we're slightly later there time-wise. Actually, hang on, this one is from yesterday and it didn't update. Oh, that is updated, but when we click on it, it's not updated. Ah, they got a problem. What about this one? And this one's normal. All right, so that's all cool from the distant shot. And you can see still a little bit right there coming out at a different location. So that's that other little vent. So right in the caldera and that other location. So it must have a secondary vent there that we are hopefully going to see some action from, but yeah, you can see it in this shot as well over here. It's a little bit coming out, but it's too bad that that's not the same shot. Speaking of yesterday's shots, let's just look at something. This one here, and of course Mars 2028 would love this one. That's his favorite Sheldon, and there you can see all that dirty lava flow that happened and messed up that nice clean snow. And that is actually from yesterday at 9:10 a.m. their time. And I tried to refresh it. It didn't have anything new on there, so we'll leave it as that. But let's get back to where we're supposed to be. I have 3 rescue dogs. The 3 rescue dogs will rescue him once in a while. Let's get back over to the harmonic tremor charts and see what we can muster up here. So we had a fairly decent look here. Big spike in here. We'll see where that is at on our earthquake chart pretty quick. And this, of course, ODF, or it's up in the northern part. It's the closest to Fragile technically, and that's what we're seeing. And let's see what we have. And the other one's going to take a look at the Krivik. Krivik, a little bit southeast, yeah, southeast of that one. So that should be, where are we here? Krivik, there we go. Fairly a good shot, a magmatic up tick here, and dropped again. Seismicity up and dropped. And I'm liking what I see here as far as, well, the up part anyway of our tectonic movement, and then it dropped again as well. This, to me, I think what's happening is we're getting a little bit of both actions, tectonic and magmatic underneath there. We've got a magma intrusion. I don't know what it's going to do though, and we see the spike here at the end, not quite as big. We do see some other ones in between here though. This one right off the top there, so it must be fairly close by. Let's take a look at our next one. So that is to the kind of the northeast of Erupción, but southeast of the actual ODF sensor. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, there, the HRV one, which is to the east of Erupción, is right there. We can see that big spike. A very similar pattern as far as magmatic and seismicity, and slightly different as far as what we're seeing action-wise here for a tectonic movement. So again, the fact that it's a little bit different than the other ones kind of makes me believe that maybe we are seeing some magma moving around underneath there. Let's take a look at the next one. That's Grindavik, and there's your Grindavik chart. Same uptick as the other charts, and a little different here again with our tectonic. So, but we do see that spike in there. We're going to find that out pretty quick. Looking pretty interesting. Let's go to the next one. Oh, and that's a Grimsey. This is the one we wanted. That's way up on the northern end of Iceland, and that magmatic did go up and kept on going up. Seismicity also increased, and whatever it was that really made our sensor shake like crazy. You know, you take a look at how thin that line is here and how thick it is here. That makes you wonder, what are we seeing? Are the plates grinding? And that is one of the things. I was actually chatting with a fella at one of the stores I had to go to today, and we were talking about volcanoes, and he says, yeah, I follow plate tectonics, he says, and I said, that's pretty cool. He says, everything's on the move right now. We're seeing some shifting, and that's why we're getting some really, really large quakes, especially, you know, when we see those 6.3s over in Afghanistan as an example. Large stuff. Susie waving at Piggy. Yeah, Piggy's unlikely sleeping, but that's okay. Welcome, Kananaskis country. Good to see you. Anyway, that is interesting to see that heavy of action up there at Grimsey. And we'll go to our next one here, and let's see, which one do we want to look at? We want to look at the one for our wonderful Katla, and that'll be Austmannsbunga, and that's it right there, Austmannsbunga. And we see it too had an uptick in magmatic and dropped off again. It's a seismicity slightly different than the other ones, and we aren't seeing that same uptick here at Katla. So interesting what we had there over at the Reykjanes Peninsula. Definitely not evident right here. So I don't know, maybe not as much tectonic action as we thought. And here is Askja, and Askja, of course, is kind of what we call the middle volcano there in Iceland. Anyway, slight uptick there in magmatic seismicity, kind of well, it looks like it's about where it started, really. A little bit of action in there, but nothing major, and not as much tectonic movement there either. So that's pretty interesting. Hey, Yvonne Kunkel. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to see you. And Yvonne, did you see the snow in Iceland? It's snowed. Ragnar, or sorry, not Ragnar, but Rebbe's still black, but the rest of the area is starting to turn white. Anyway, that's Askja. So pretty awesome. And that's about it for our chart there for today. Let me put that back down on the ODF chart so I know where I'm at when I have a quick glance. ODF, where are you? There you are, right there, or something like that. All right, let's get over to the earthquakes, and Yeah, earthquakes, and there we go. Earthquake map. All right, so 87 earthquakes in the last 24 hours there in Iceland. And I'm liking where most of them are. So nothing way out here on the Reykjanes Ridge, nothing up to the north on that mid-Atlantic ridge. Let's take a look at some of the ones up on the northern end first, then we'll head south. 1.65, 10 kilometers down, 1421 for that guy. Here's Grimsey right there. There's that Grimsey sensor. And this one is 1.31, 10 kilometers down from 1150. And there we go, 1.5, 7.9 kilometers down, 643. And 1.18, 9.6 kilometers down from 643. Those are all the ones out in the water. Let's take a look at this guy here, 1.11. 1.79 or just about 1.8 kilometers down, and that is from 8:03 this morning. And nothing at Askja, nothing at Herdebreit. We have this little guy in between here from 2312, a fairly fresh one, a 0.3, 5.2 clicks down. Bardabunga had 2.49. 4.8 kilometers down underneath it, and that's from 2:08 this morning, I should say. This other one, Kvirkfjall, yeah, 18:47 was the time, a 0.2, 1.1 clicks down for that one. And this is kind of in between Bardabunga and Grimsvatn, and that's a 3:09 a.m., a 1.59, 135 meters down. Could likely be some ice movement or something. This 1.5, 9.4 kilometers down from a 354, and the other one is a 1 in magnitude, 2.8 kilometers down from a 354 as well. Are they both from a 354, really? A 1.5, a 354, and the other one, yep. They are, so very close in time. Awesome. One likely caused the other one. And, somebody said you gotta share, and I felt that Yokel demanded to have the same thing as what we're seeing at Katla. So at 6:13 a.m., a 1.7, 5.2 kilometers down for Eyjafjalla Jökull, and then we've got from 1711 1.7 at 11.4 kilometers in depth, and that is for our wonderful Katla. But they're both kind of out here in no man's land, really, when you get right down to it. Interesting though, and let's see, this is a 0.6, 7 kilometers down, 2050 is the time on that. And then we've got a 0.59, 3.9 kilometers down at 3:21 a.m. Don't see anything further up north, so let's take a look at what's happening here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who aren't familiar with it, there is our wonderful Reykjavik, the capital city, and all the little suburbs. And of course over here is the wonderful airport that you would land at. And there, of course, Reykjanesbær, Keflavik, Jardvik, and over here Grindavik. And of course in here there's the Blue Lagoon and the power plant and Yvonne's Hotel. There it is. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these quakes. First, the ones over here in the Krusavik area. We'll start with this guy. 0.97, 3.5 kilometers down, 253 from 1 minute after 1 p.m. or 13:01. 1.29, 3.7 kilometers down. This one is the closest, I think, to our wonderful volcano there, and that is Krusavik, of course. 11:37 a.m. 1.2, 3.9 kilometers down. This one is a 1.3 from 4.1 kilometers down at 10:38. And we've got a 0.5 there, 4.3 clicks down, 6:43. And this one is from 6:33, 1.51, 4.2 kilometers down. Next one over, a 0.95, 4.8 kilometers down from 5:33 this morning. And at 7:39 we had a 1.08, 4.9 clicks down. So those were the ones over there. And now, there is our ODF sensor. I bet you this was our big noisemaker. It was at 1211, 0.99, 5.1 kilometers down. That might be that big spike we've seen. Might be, but let's not count on that. Anyway, this is our, I should kind of point that out, our zone here, that funny shape. That is, of course, our Fragile Felt. It does extend into the water. I'm not sure where it actually goes in the water, but it does extend into there, and that is where that system is located. Our wonderful Rebbe vent is right up here. The Siggy Fisher are these two cones here in that area, and this one here is our wonderful Ragnar, and that is beautiful. And now this one is a 0.64, 1.1 kilometers down, 801 this morning. The one kind of down in Meridalia, and that is from 1019, a 0.83, 6.4 kilometers down. This one up top on the Story Hutter, and I think, and from 959, a 0.89, 1.6 kilometers down. And then lots of stuff over here in Not Kriki. And let's see, this one is from 925, 1.1, 3.7 kilometers down, a 0.7, 135 meters down from 943. This one is a 0.3, 2.7 kilometers down at 2041. And this one right under the highway, 1.2 in magnitude, 1.2 in kilometers down, and 2201 is the time on that. Boy, that's just across the street from the parking lot. It's right on the highway. Boy, you're gonna have, Yvonne, you're gonna have a hard time driving there. Anyway, let's grab some of these other ones. 1.02, 544 meters down, and 9:32 is the time on that. I'm looking at the depths. Some of these are crazy, and they're getting higher and higher as far as going to the surface. 9:39 a.m. a 0.86, 1.6 kilometers down. This one is a 0.4, 1.1 kilometers down, 5:13. Next one is a 0.53, 2.3 kilometers down from 5:49. Then we got that one already. We'll get this one. 0.81, 2.6 clicks down from 5:33. 1.78, 3.7 kilometers down, 5:29. We'll grab this bigger one out of here. 2.8, that's likely what made that big spike. 3.6 kilometers down from 8:39. So yeah, that makes more sense. And that would be the right one for our big spike. And this one is a 1.02, 1.3 clicks down, 8:34. 1.39, 2.2 clicks down from 10:08. 1.16 in magnitude, 3.2 kilometers down, 5:49. 1.11, 2.8 clicks down, 5:58. 0.85, 1.4 kilometers down, 8:33. 0.7, 783 meters down, and that's 8:53 this morning. This one is a 0.56, 1.4 kilometers down from 5:44. Next is from 8:42, 1.09, 1.5 kilometers down. 0.88, 1.4 kilometers down from 8:40. And this one is from 10:09, 1.18, and that is 1.3 kilometers down. This one is a 1.31, 2.9 kilometers down, 5:29. 0.55, 1.3 clicks down, 8:04. Dyslexia strikes. 8:45, we had a 0.91, and that's 839 meters down. This 1.25, 3.2 kilometers down, 724. Dyslexia's got me. 9:22 a.m. a 1.34, 1.3 kilometers down, 1.5, 2.8 kilometers down from 10:09, and this is a 0.9, 1.9 kilometers down, 5:39. This one is from 6.9, 886 meters down, and that's from 1029. Looking at some of these other ones real quick. Do we have enough time? Yeah, we have. We'll make time. I'll finish this quakes off here, and then we'll work on it. 10:11 is the time. 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down. 0.83, 1.3 kilometers down from 9 minutes after 10 a.m. 7:37, we had a 0.29, 2.7 clicks down. We had a 0.61, 2.6 clicks down from 7:16. This one over here, 0.34, 1.9 kilometers down, 5:17 this morning. A couple very close to the highway, 12:30, a 0.8, 847 meters down. This other one is a 0.66, 2.8 kilometers down. Yes, Henry, thank you. 8:11 was the time on that 0.66. This one over here by the other parking lot is from 8:46, a 0.47, 2.1 kilometers down. And then we've got a few more down here. 0.63, 3.2 clicks down, 9 a.m. A 0.53, 2.4 kilometers down, 5:55. From 4 minutes after midnight, a 0.9, and that's 4 kilometers down. A 0.72, 2.5 kilometers down, 8:10, and a 0.68, 2.4 kilometers down from 8:19. A 0.59, 1.5 kilometers down, 8:50. And from 8:57, a 0.74, and that is 3.1 kilometers down. One more to go there, and that's a 0.97, and that was 2.4 kilometers down. 10:17 was the time on that. So that is a majority of what's sitting there. We'll just grab a few of these and finish off our Icelandic quakes right now. So then I'll go for a break after. 1.44, 6.5 kilometers down, 329 for him. 1.2, 5.5 clicks down, 309. And this one is a 1.36, 7.3 kilometers down. And that was from, what was it from? 322. The other one underneath it, 1.91, 5.8 kilometers down, 338. This is a 1.48 kilometers down, 322. And that 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down, 7:01 this morning. So, hey, I like what I'm seeing, and this is interesting. And it would be really cool to have an eruption in Nut Creeky. Maybe down in that little valley there where the parking lot is, and that would consume a lot of lava. And that would really, really be cool. All right, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put you back on that canned lava. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, consider hitting it if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, hit that subscribe button and become one of our wonderful family members and join in the lava group, the lava family. We're big, we're strong, we're happy, and we're lots of fun. All right. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes with some bacon seeds. Yay! I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yes, Nancy, I actually whacked my elbow on the corner of the door as I was walking back in here. And I was thinking, how do I manage this pain? And I managed it verbally because the microphone was off. So, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and Yvonne and Kananaska's Country and a 5x5 from BMAT. And thank you, Nancy, and 4x4 from DJ. He's only got a 4x4. He's short an inch there or two. And thank you, Teresa, as well. Awesome. All right, I did promise to do bacon seeds, so let's get this canned lava stopped, and we'll go find us some bacon seeds and see what we've got. 3x3. Oh boy, is that metric? Oh, I know, everybody's being punny. All right, let's go over here and take a look. There's that piggy. She's sending us more bacon seeds. 6x6. We call those deuce and a half. Yeah. That's pretty cool. What animals went in 2x2? Did they really? How do you know? Were you there? Anyway, first bacon seed. And I'm going to ask, how many pigs do you see in this picture? Quick answers. How many pigs do you see in this picture? I didn't say anything other than that. So, how many do you see? No, it's not a burger. And Teresa says 4. Sue and BMAT and DJ are observing 5. That's pretty awesome. Kevin says 2. Well, yeah, 2 real ones, but there's a 5 there. 3 of them are kind of stuffed. Actually, the biggest one is stuffed with 4 little pigs. Anyway, pretty cool. So, yep, we got 5 little piggies there. And congrats to Sue for being the first one to grab that. That is awesome. And Clear Bear says 10. I wish. There's only 5 there. We see them. All right, a little bit of fun. Yep, 2 plus 3 stuffed ones. Anyway, speaking of 2, there's a couple right there, and they're having. Oh wait, hang on. Is that a school? They're going to school. Maybe they're going to daycare. I don't know. Let's see where they're going. Let's find out. They are going to daycare. They're dressing up and they're doing the Cat in the Hat by Dr. Zeus. Pretty cool. And let's see, what else do we have? Are they still messing around at school? You play hard, you have to snooze. Having a nap. It's nap time at the daycare. And that is all good. And next one is this one. And there I have after the nap they get up and they go play. And look at all the little piggies in this picture. I think that's a little bit of a self-promotion there, if you ask me. I'm not even going to guess how many pigs we got in there. And I don't know. It could be like about 16 on that page. Well, if you count the 2 on the picture, that's 15. And there's, hang on, maybe 14. 14? I don't know. Too many. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Anyway, that looks pretty good. 4 up in the top row. Next row we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for sure there. So that's 9. And then we see on the left there's a 10, 11. And then there's one just sticking out on the right side. That's 12. And then the 2 real ones, 13, 14. and the two stuffed ones out in front, 15, 16, and the one they're standing on, because you can see the big snout bopper there, that's number 17. 2 real plus 15. There we go. 19? Well, I don't know. I don't have enough trotters to count all of them. Let's leave it as that. Let's see. And so they're at the daycare promoting themselves. And what are these guys up to? Well, I don't know what they're doing, but there's a few of them there, and they look like they're having a good time inside, enjoying some fun fur to romp around on. So pretty cool. And let's pop to the next one. Pain management tip of the day. How to get rid of a shoulder pain. Get a hammer and hit your little finger. I promise you will forget your shoulder pain. And what do you recommend for the funny bone one then, wonky donkey? I smacked my funny bone on the door and it wasn't funny. Next one, I think they're going shopping. After a good day at the daycare, you must go out and do some shopping. And there we are. Yep, they've got a basket full of fruits and they're eating healthy. Hit your toe, Doc. Oh no, Yvonne. Last time and it's the same doorway. Okay, this was a few years back. I nailed my toe right on the corner, and I broke it. Literally, I broke the toe. Anyway, speaking of shopping, I think this one's out shopping too. Over at the pet store, getting some paws, and I don't know what else is in there. That's some pretty cool stuff. Paws chips, munchies, and I don't know, but you got to go out shopping. Let's see what our next one looks like. Oh, these guys are at the store. They're shopping too, and there's a whole bunch of them in that basket. They're at PetSmart. They're getting pet food and things. That is pretty awesome. So it's a shopping day, is it? Daycare and shopping. Let's see what else we got here. And here they are. How many pigs in that basket? Oh, I know. It's a tough count. It's going to be hard. You could do it on one hand if you try hard. As long as you got all your digits in there. And, hang on. Is there 5? What is the dog doing in there? I have no idea there, Henry. And Yvonne, I came up with the answer of 4. Yep, one with a long tongue. How do you know the other ones don't have a long tongue? Yeah, and they just don't ever stick it out. But they look okay. They like being cuddled in there, and I think the dog he's a little warmish. So 4 pigs and a pug. There you go. That was our last bacon seed for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone for watching those, and pretty cool to see. And we'll leave that there. We'll head on to our next volcano. And we'll take a look and see what we've got going on, because we got lots of things to do here. So gonna motor on, and where do we want to go? We want to go to Popo Pedal, right there. And as you can see, it is off-gassing, pluming, doing some stuff. Nice to be able to see it. 18:20 local time there. That is live. If we back that up a little bit, we can see what it looked like there earlier. 17:05, a little bit of snow on the top of the caldera, but nothing serious. And we see some more puffing action. And let's see if we go back a little bit more here. We see some heavier action from 16:24 or 4:24 in the afternoon, and that is pretty cool. Some tephra definitely being ejected there, and there were multiple ejections prior to that, and it just kept on running and running and running. This is 1449 or 249. If we back up a little bit more, 1424, we can still see it coming out. And let's see, and then the clouds were in the way, unfortunately, but if we go back a little bit more, 1347, you can still see that very dark gray ash plume going up there. So been busy there at Popo Catepetl. And if we go back a little bit further, it was a little bit more behaving at 1245. And let's see, if we slide back some more, it was a kind of calm and quiet there. 909, that's what we've seen. And let's see, there is one in here where it popped. We want to show that. And that should be right around there. And that is at 8:06 a.m. A nice big mushroom cloud come out of there. So it must have had a little bit of pressure behind it. And very, very cool. Oz is here. Welcome, Oz, and good to see you. And nice to have you on board. So yeah, 8:07 a.m. Popo was doing some heavy output, and we'll get into the golden times here. We're pretty close to it. 7:03, and let's see if we go back a little bit more. We end up in the night mode. It really didn't have that much of a golden morning here. This was about it there at 6:21. And Oz throws in one gift membership. Awesome, Oz. Thank you very kindly. Oz gifted a one. And Raymond Bensler got it. That is awesome. And congratulations to Raymond, and thank you, Oz. A very nice gifting. And let's back up a little bit more and see what else we could see there. This is at 5:45 in the morning, and we've seen a little bit more there, and we're just about all the way back. Look at the wonderful sky there with the stars. That is just amazing. And this is all the way back to that 12-hour mark, and 5:20 is the time on that. So yep, pretty cool to be able to see that. Lots and lots of stars, and not a heck of a lot of output, but we see it lit up. It's got both moonlight and light from underneath from the lava, so a very bright material sitting there. Let's put that one back on live, and we'll get to our next shot. We're going to make that smaller. This is the one that I was interested in, and this is Fuego in Guatemala. The other one we just looked at, that was Popo Catepetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. And this is Fuego, and that is west of Guatemala City. And there you can see a little bit of output. Hey, look at that. It's erupting, and people taking pictures. I can see that. They're over there. Right there. Picture takers. And some lava coming down the hill. Isn't that what we want to see from a volcano? So that is very, very awesome. And some lightning off in the distance as well. So pretty wild to be able to see that. And if we go back just to about here, we can see another one of these little plumes. That was at 1812 or 6:12 p.m. And prior to that, I don't know what we had, because it was pretty much in the clouds. There we go. This is at 1757. We see a puff up there, but I don't know when that came out. And if we go just a little bit further back, we get into the soup. So we've had a lot of soup during the day, apparently. 11:25 a.m. the soup did clear enough on that we could see it pluming, and definitely some more tephra coming out of there. And let's see, it was the morning a little bit better. Yep, the morning was a little bit less cloud. 8:45 a.m. we've seen that coming out. That's not bad. And then this one here at 8:13, and you can see it already had a cloud developed above it, so we know it had more material coming out of there earlier. And as we go through here, we see several smaller eruptions as well. 7:35 a.m. you see that one. not bad. And then of course it was going and going and going. 6:58 we had that, and if we go just about all the way back, that's at 6:34 their time, and that's what we were seeing. So a plumage all the way through, pretty awesome. And we'll put it back on live. This is of course the live shot of Fuego in Guatemala with lightning. Photographers, lots of glow in the caldera, and that is neat to see. Love seeing that thing glowing. Anyway, let's get to our next one. I'm going to make this one smaller. Oh, hang on, maybe we won't. We'll wait a second. It is doing something. Ooh, look. It's got way up there in the clouds. It's popping through the clouds, and you can see that lava and the lightning. Awesome show, and the guy's taking pictures. So pretty cool. Yep, that is. Hey Yvonne, actually I was thinking of you yesterday when we were going through the volcano report. We were talking about Stromboli, of course, and it's Strombolian ejecta and the effect, and how they worded it. It kind of reminded me of your disaster story about the Stromboli being one of those volcanoes that is so unpredictable. I was with the 532nd for a while. Ooh, were you the one making the lightning? Yeah. Anyway, and that is pretty cool. So yeah. Anyway, looking at what we got there, that is awesome. Let's leave that be, and we'll get to the next one. This one, I don't know, is that yesterday's picture? Yeah, it is. I'm going to refresh that. This, of course, is a Messiah in Nicaragua. We're too late. I didn't get a shot earlier, so unfortunately, well, I was working, so I couldn't. We do see the stuff coming out of the caldera there, lit up a little bit by the lava in the caldera, but not much happening. That's Messiah there in Nicaragua. The next one is not visible, and we're too late for that. We can see some stuff out in the dark here, but it's very hard to tell. That is cloud and branches and jungle-like trees and the edge of the caldera over there, and we know it's there somewhere. So that is pretty cool, and we can leave that one be. And that one, of course, is Rincon de la Vieja. Rincon de la Vieja, not Laguna de la Vieja, although that sounds pretty good too. Anyway, I did get, no I didn't. I thought I got this morning's shots. I got last night's shots. Darn it. Let's see what we've got going on. I missed that. Well, we do see a little bit of what's happening there. Nothing at Laguna del Mole, not even going to bother with that, but we're going to make this one bigger because we see some sparkles coming out of here. Strombolian activity at Villarrica volcano, and that is pretty cool to be able to see that, and awesome. So very neat to see a little bit of lava popping out even during a time lapse, and that is incredible. So pretty cool. And DJ is 45 tomorrow. Wow. We're going to have to get you a cake, DJ, something. We'll fix you up. Anyway, that is awesome. And Yvonne Kunkel says, okay, I'm going back to sleep. Thanks for another great stream, Dr. Fox. Mods, Lavaliers, and Lava family, have a great day/night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show, and see you later. Good night, Yvonne. Sleep well, and be good, and enjoy your slumber, and get a few hours, will you? And I know you've got visions of volcanoes in your head. By the way, before you take off, there's another volcano that started erupting in on Java. So more for you to look at. Tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Oh no! And it's Friday the 13th and a Halloween month. Scary. We want to be. Oh, yeah, it's already Friday the 13th in some places. Yeah, October 14th. Yeah, next. What's next, Dr. Fox? I have no idea what's next. What time is it? It's time for me to go have a break. That's what's next. So let's go and take a break. I'm going to take a break. I need to. Throat is starting to get a little bit on the horse side, if we say it that way. It's certainly not a donkey voice, but otherwise I'd be going, anyway, all good. Okay, enjoy the canned lava while I am on break. After the break there, we will go over and we'll have a look at Marapi and possibly, well, the ones we can see if they're not in the clouds. Okay, so it'll be Marapi, Taupo, and a few of the others. And by the way, you guys know Taupo was a super volcano, right? Okay. Anyway, here's some music. I'll be back. Don't go away. Okay, and that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and Kananaska's country and going south. How far south can you go in Greenland? And thank you, DJ, for announcing that. That is awesome. All right. Yep. Let's go see what else we can find and see if Marapi will make us happy today. Where is Marapi? I know I've got it here somewhere. Marapi, where are you? No, that's not there. That's not there. That's not this one. Where is Marapi gone? Marapi is hiding on me. There it is. I found it. All right, and let's get over to Marapi. And there we see it, 7:40 a.m. There in central Java, Indonesia. And that's where Yvonne will be going in a few days. On the 18th, I think, is when she goes or gets there. I'm not sure if that's when she actually arrives, but sometime thereabouts. Anyway, we are seeing it doing its thing. Let's get into the nighttime views here, and hopefully we'll be able to see something. Already not liking what I'm seeing because as soon as we slide back a little bit, Marapi, I'm not looking very happy at 4:43 this morning, and we see the seismicity is up, as we can tell right there, but really not anything major right then. And let's see, they moved their cameras around a bit. I guess visibility not the greatest. 2:47 a.m. We seen that, and nothing on the other cameras, unfortunately. Poor visibility. Yesterday we had a fair visibility. Today we've got almost none. So depends on where the clouds are and which direction things are going. And let's see if we can spot some lava here. We might have just a tiny bit of bacon coming down the hill right around here. We see a few dribbles and a few more coming. So nice to actually see that. This is from 2313. So that is okay. That was today technically. We're already tomorrow in that area. So that is nice to see some slow bacon coming down the hill. Not very, very heavy, but hey, it is. What? An AMC Gremlin 1972? No. You want, hang on. Let's see. Let us see if we have any Gremlins in stock. Gremlins. Let's see what we've got. We may have a Gremlin here somewhere. Gremlin. Starts with G, right? So let's see if we can find a Gremlin. Maybe I need to get to the G's first. Where's those darn Gremlins? I don't have one in here. I used to have a Gremlin, but I don't see him. He's not in this shot. I wonder what happened to my Gremlin. Maybe he's down here in the bottom, behind all the bacon seeds. I could swear, though, I moved him out. Yep, he's no longer here. Okay, well, we'll figure out where that Gremlin is, and we'll go from there, or we'll try to find that later. Anyway, that is Marapi, Central Java on the screen. If we go back a little bit more, they did have a little bit more bacon flowing down the hill. This was at 2213, and yeah, the Gremlin is not in the garage. You don't want to put it there. It'll somebody will rear-end it and it'll blow up. Anyway, that's one of the things they were known for, you guys. They definitely had some rear issues. If you got hit, you didn't fare so well at times. But hey, it is what it is. Anyway, lots of wonderful bacon there in that shot. You can see on the IR cam down on the bottom left there. lots of lava flow, especially really close when the IR is picking it up that way, so pretty cool. But in the color image, it is still fairly decent as well, and we don't mind seeing that. And it did take that other path down also, and of course you can see a tremor starting to wane a little bit here, and as you can see in the other line as well, quite a bit of activity. Let's see, this is more like what we were seeing yesterday, so not a surprise to see that. I'm trying to spot another one here. We did have this one. This was kind of, the cameras were reversed because of the poor visibility, but the IR cam looking at it from 2047 last night for them. And there you can see that bacon sliding down the hill, so pretty cool. I had a friend that had a Pinto, and he loved it. Pintos are too small, death traps. Yep, I've been in them. Gremlins too. Gremlins, relatively easy to push though. Oops. Yeah, if they die out, you can. Doesn't take much, and two people can do a pretty good job on it. Not a heavy car. Anyway, that is what we were seeing from earlier, and we'll see what this little plume does, and then we'll switch over to our next wonderful shot here. We'll see what else we got. We'll expedite this a little bit by hitting the fast forward 5 seconds at a time, kind of seeing where it goes. You can see that lava, the lava rolling down the hill, and that is pretty awesome. And it had another little outburst, and they switched the cameras around because you could see some of the lava just temporarily. Bacon, we love watching the bacon. And that was about it, so let's leave that be. We're going to put him back on live, and that is what it is right now. Let's get to our next one. This is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and I don't know if we're going to see much of it. Oh, yeah, we do see the whole thing, actually. They weren't zoomed in, but that is okay. We can still see it. A very heavy snow cover on top of that wonderful mountain, and we see what it's doing. Not a heck of a lot. So, definitely visible, though. Nice to be able to see that. Let's leave that one be. We're going to go put this back to live, make that one smaller, go to the next screenshot, and I hope that camera is working. It is, and let's get that a little bit wider because it is a wider shot. There is our wonderful Taupo. Huge caldera, of course. That whole lake is the caldera. And for those who aren't familiar with it, Taupo is a supervolcano, just so you know. It's just the way it is. It's one of the classified as a supervolcano. Actually, I did watch one of GeoHub's very interesting quakes, or videos on, not on quakes, but on supervolcanoes. And technically, there were only about 7 that were really classified as supervolcanoes. And then somebody started messing around with the classifications, and all of a sudden they've got about 13 of them. So, interesting. But I think they should stick to the original 7, and that'll be pretty cool. But Taupo will stay within the 7, so that's all good. Anyway, for what we're seeing there today, it's not a bad view. Looks fairly windy by the looks of the little flags down on the bottom right hand side, and the lake doesn't look quite as choppy as it was yesterday, but hey, that's okay. And on that note, we'll just say this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Beautiful place to stay, and normally you'd be able to see Mount Ruapehu on a clear day behind that mountain there. So it's right back there. Anyway, we'll leave that be and make that one smaller and put it back on this stream, and we will get to our next shot. Next one is a Semaru, and we'll see what Semaru is doing. And there is a Semaru right now. That is live. 7:49 is the time on it. And if we go back into the earlier morning hours, we see what we don't want to see. Well, we don't see. That's the problem. Anyway, I'm going to back up a little bit here, see how far back we have to go before we can see anything. And I just noticed there was lots of bugs earlier as well. Look at them go, and those bugs are just crazy. Let's spot the volcano, and all going back. Yep, going back just about all the way, and we don't see the volcano at all. Just bugs. Darn it, and that is pretty interesting. No view. Well, it's kind of a normal. It happens. Anyway, let's leave that be. I'm going to put that a little bit smaller. Go to our next one. Actually, let me go back to this one. Put it back on live so I don't forget to do that. And there we go. And we're going to go see if Lava TV cabs had anything else new. And why is that small? Come on, don't do that. No, I don't want to close the player. I want to make it bigger. Play. Is that live? I don't know what the heck this thing is doing. Close the player. Alright. Click on here. There we go. And there. Mayon Volcano. Still alert level 3. And let's give them a thumbs up while we're there. As you can see, we've got quite a bit of that billowing cloud there. Not sure what we're going to be able to do. Really mention, because it's sitting right on top of it. Is it from the volcano, or is that just a cloud that moved in? Because we see other puffy clouds in the area as well. And that kind of makes you wonder. Anyway, he didn't start streaming just too long ago here, so this has only been going for about 35 minutes. So if we go all the way back, we still see the thing there. He was just setting up the camera. And that is what we've got there right now. So pretty awesome, pretty cool. And of course, yeah, you gotta like it. And that is Mayon, and that's on Luzon Island. And unfortunately, we don't get to see it really because of the cloud cover. We'll check back later for it and see what happens. For right now, we'll leave it be, and we'll make that smaller. Go to our next one, see if we have any visibility of Taal volcano. Sometimes he's Taal meditation is giving us some Taal volcano stuff. Hey, Jed is here. 270 miles on hours. I keep it charged in Berkeley, and they don't drive it much. Cool. 270,000 miles. Okay, and that's quite a few. All right, let's see. What am I trying to look for here? I'm looking to see if we had anything from no updates on Taal. There's one, and let's see if we can get that over there. I think that's today's. Yep, for the 12th. So this is from Madam Rootsa, and you can see quite a bit of off-gassing from Taal right there. Pretty awesome to be able to see that. And it's the daily update from our wonderful Madam Rootsa there in the Philippines. And she's very, very close to Taal Lake. Well, As you can see, she's right on the shore. If she jumped in the water, she'd get wet. All right, so lots of SO2 and other steamy gases coming out of there. So we can expect higher SO2 levels in that area. Let's leave that one be. We're going to go over to our next one. And I'm just trying to figure out where we want to go next. And, yep, let's do this. We might see somebody get killed. Here we go. And this, of course, is Yellowstone National Park. And you see a buffalo munching away there. And that buffalo is really, really fat. Yellowstone National Park, and some crazy lady trying to get a close-up. Hey lady, why don't you just walk right up over here and take a selfie? Just right here. You're okay. I promise he won't do much other than stomp you a little bit. Oh boy. Anyway, that is a pretty cool. Yeah, Yellowstone National Park. I don't know why people are foolish and walk up to buffalo. Don't you know they got horns? Okay, 100 pounds, 2,000 pounds. Get the idea? This guy comes towards you, you're done. Watch out for those buffalo horns. Yep. Anyway, that is, yeah, run, lady, run. You should be running. You should be, yeah, there she goes. She's running now. She's running right to the Sasquatches that are going to get her. Oh, she's back on the sidewalk. Darn it. Anyway, that is a yellow. Oh, she's going back. She dropped her phone. No, she's going back the other way. Okay, I don't know what she's doing. It's the Sasquatch called her. Come on, follow her with the camera already. All right. Anyway, there. Yellowstone National Park has over 500 active geysers, and of course they have a multitude of cameras and so on there that are taking shots everywhere. If you don't have this site bookmarked, you might want to do that. And of course, Sue Hayes did bring up the link for it as Yellowstone, and you can type in Yellowstone or Jellystone, either or, and that'll work. Thank you for the 3-minute warning, Sue. And you can see all the different geysers there. You can see the lady leaving. I guess the rest of them were smart enough, and they just walked away from her and said, we don't care about her. Go away. Anyway, lots of wonderful stuff. And let's go here. This guy. That is, as soon as I get onto that screen, that is our lovely Sakurajima in Japan. Just across from Kagoshima. And then we get commercials. Yes, it's important to get commercials. Let's see if our ice cream boat is inbound. All right, inbound ice cream boat. That is more important than any volcano we ever seen. We need a lava ice cream today, and that is pretty cool. All right, so pretty awesome. Not seeing as much of that action out of Sakurajima, but you take a look at all that plume out there. That is still fairly heavy ash and stuff in there, and they are likely getting ash over on the other end here. So very, very likely, because this thing has a lot of ash already dumped on that other side, and likely is going to keep on doing that. Anyway, I just figured I'd show you that. You got the ice cream boat, so you can get down there. Oh, you like that time lapse, Sue? That time lapse, when I posted it, I'm totally missed. They left it on private for me, and I was wondering, I had posted it about 12 hours prior to that, or even more, and I was wondering why did I only have like 14 people look at it, and I looked at it and I went and checked the settings, and it was set on unlisted. And I changed it, and I didn't even see how many people actually watched that video today. Let's see, 300. Let me refresh that. I think it's over 400 now. 405 views now. It really does help if you actually have it listed. So it was one of those things. Anyway, we see the ice cream boat is in, so all good. I'm gonna actually, I think I'll leave it on this one, or maybe on this one. Maybe I'll leave it right here. I'll let you watch Sakurajima for the break, and you can just watch what's naturally happening there. This is the close-up, I think, of the mid-range is best. So enjoy the break. I'm going to go have a little break here, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. After the break, we'll go do the volcano report. And I had elderberry sherbet today. Sorbet? Sherbet. Sherbet. You're going south? Are you trying to tease us? Anyway, here's some music for those good people who are here. If you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bob, please. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you like the show. All right, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 minutes. We'll see what happens. Good night, wonky donkey. Trev, have a good night. I'll be back. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm starting to get snuffly here. I've got the window open, and there's 2 times of the year, our very short spring and our very short fall, that we have allergies, and my nose likes both seasons very little. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue in Kananaskis country, and going south, and Kevin Haynes, and from SMW 831st, and thank you, and Teresa, thanks, and Julian, and Ragweed Sneeze Time. Yeah, I've been doing a fair bit of that too. At least I'm not coughing as much as I was when we had that really high SO2 level here. So I'm very happy about that. New kid on the block. Okay, no problem. SMW. We'll figure out a neat name for that. And all right, so let's continue on here. We do want to do the volcano report. So let's see what we can do here. Volcano report. I got another email from somebody. A tiger ice cream. I don't see any tiger ice cream in there. Kind of make, oh, now I see the tiger ice cream. And they showed me the crop shot. All right, that's it. You are being mean. Just plain simply mean. Let's see, where are my bacon seeds? Yep, we're gonna put, I gotta show this. Ice cream. Alright, a tiger ice cream. I don't know if this is really acceptable at, it's, yeah, picture is a JPEG. Yeah, it's okay, but my email software cropped it a little bit. It's okay, and we'll put it up on the screen here, so all good. Let me fix things up, and we'll get that on here. Where is it? A tiger ice cream. Down on the bottom. Should be somewhere in here. Where is it? Alright, I did save it. Where did it put it? I know my alphabet. Where is it? It's not down on the bottom where it should have been. What the heck happened? Let's try that again. And I will do it one more time and see if it'll save it. Save the photo, and I called it Tiger Ice Cream. There it is. I can see it in that folder, and that's in bacon seeds, and that should be where it should be. Why did it say it was putting it somewhere else? I hate when it does that. Why does it always do that when I'm in a hurry? Let's do that again, and this time I'm going to see if it looks like it's trying to save it to the desktop instead of a bacon seeds for some reason. Or it doesn't like the name. I don't know what it is. Okay, replace it. Yep, I want to replace the file I can't find. Yeah, I gotta like that. Okay, let's try loading it again and see if that works this time. And I still don't see it. Alright, why I only see a few of the other ones there? I don't know. Why? Where is it? I hate that. Alright. I'm sorry, it's not going to work. For some reason, it's not allowing me to save that properly, Sue. Let me try that again. This time I'm going to see if I can change it to a different folder. We're going to save it to that one and see if maybe it'll work in there. Alright. We'll try that. Sorry for taking so long, but it's it bugs me when I can't get something on a screen. You know, it's got to be done sometimes. V special. Oh, we are there already. That may be part of the problem. There it is. Okay, this time it did work. All right, so yeah, tiger ice cream. And there it is. I would try to enlarge it a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to get too hungry if I make it bigger. So that is what Sue had, and she's teasing us with it now. So there you go, you guys. That's the way it works. She says, here, tiger ice cream. You know what it is. And now I'm like drooling. And now I'm supposed to go do a volcano report while I'm drooling. I don't know what to do. All right, never mind. Let's get rid of the tiger ice cream. Let's get at the volcano report, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we did have a little bit of a puff there from Sakurajima during the break, which was kind of nice. I like that. But anyway, I'll get at the volcano report for today. And it's a fairly healthy report. We'll see what we got. Delicious if you can, if you like orange and licorice, absolutely. Kind of two flavors that really go well together, Sue. Anyway, let's get at it. So late Wednesday's volcanic activity. We had 4 volcanoes. Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic puff emissions reported at 21:15. And Klyashevskoy at Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, volcanic ash to 4,000 feet or 1,200 meters, reported at 2,200. Suwanosejima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 22:15. Dakono on Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 22:30. And for today, we had 16 volcanoes in total. Quite a few. Let's see where we're at. So 16 volcanoes, and we'll start out with Abu on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at midnight. Luotolak, Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 12:30 or 30 minutes after midnight. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, discrete volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1 a.m. I still am oblivious to this definition of discrete volcanic ash. How can you have, like, if you see it going 14,000 feet, it's really not discrete. Anyway, Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1 a.m. And light volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters at 12:45. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. No volcanic ash observed and reported at 12:45 and just after lunch. And we have extra reports for Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica from 4:41 this morning. Villarrica in Chile from 5:06 this morning. Yasur in Vanuatu from 6:05 a.m. And then I'm going to butcher this name. It's Inilika. It's INIELIKA. Flores Islands, Indonesia, reported at 6:23. I know I butchered that name, but that's okay. Suwanosejima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters from 8:15 this morning. and erupted again to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 1730. Next one is Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect at 9 a.m. Puff emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 1800. And of course, we all heard, well, at least a lot of us heard about the Home Reef volcano popped, and we have a report from that from 9:03 a.m. We'll see what that one looks like shortly. And Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 9:30. Have you seen Sakurajima lately? Possible volcanic ash emissions continued observed to 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters, reported at 18:15. So pretty cool. Dakono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 10:30 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. or 1700. Klyushevskoy in Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, volcanic ash to 18,000 feet, 5,500 meters, reported at 13:15. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, a large discrete volcanic ash to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 16:45. Again, discrete. Is this like really quiet volcanic ash? I don't get it. Anyway, Mayon, Luzon Island, Philippines, eruption of volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 18:15. And we have 5 separate email reports that we do want to look at. And thank you, Sue, for sending this wonderful report in. And Sue isn't the one who writes it. Sue is just the one who gathers the info. So some of the stuff with the discrete stuff in there, I'm not saying anything bad about Sue, okay? Just so you know. Sue's just kind of the messenger, so we don't blame her. It's all good. But it's funny sometimes, how can you have discrete volcanic ash to 22,000 feet? Okay, I mean, seriously, if you're able to see it, is it discrete? Especially going to that height? Anyway, never mind. Bad humor. Okay, let's go around and we'll take a look at the other ones. Thanks for that clarification. Sue, and it is really, and I do understand, it's just sometimes, I don't want you to be upset if I say something. I know, that's the old term of don't shoot the messenger. But like when we see that, like you really truly have to ask yourself, how is 22,000 feet discrete? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being fussy. I don't know. Okay, never mind. Let's go over and take a look at these other reports. And here's my favorite place, and that's Laguna. No, I mean Rincon de la Vieja volcano in Costa Rica. And Priatic eruption continues, and that's a beautiful shot there. And again, for those who don't know, that is a little kind of a boo-boo on my part there, where I did go back and listen to that as part of the stream there, by the way, Sue, and and you were absolutely dead on. I did say Laguna rather than Recon, so it's okay. Thank you. And please continue to keep me straight. We want to make sure we get it all okay. Anyway, this wonderful steam-laden plume from Rincon de la Vieja volcano on October 10th is when we seen that. And that is pretty awesome to be able to spot that. This one is something else, so we'll just leave that alone. And the explosive eruption at the volcano continues. And there they go. They got a big, long name of who they are, but issued a 12 phreatic eruptions appeared from the volcano over the past week. Phreatic explosions from the ejecta consist solely of old country rock and indicating what interaction between water and heat conduit rocks rather than magma itself. Interesting. So old rocks. I type what the volcano discovery puts down. I do process of the statement as sometimes they complicate the and Sue, the other thing too that we do have to throw in there, and I don't want to sound rude in any way, shape, or form here, and I understand we have multiple people from different languages from these different countries making these reports, and sometimes when one guy, maybe as in Japan, when you're not you personally, Sue, but when they're translating the Japanese definition from what comes from Subanosejima, as an example, instead of eruption, they end up with explosion. So they may be just a slight syllable of a word different in Japanese. I have no idea what happens or how that translation takes place, but unless somebody's really defined in the language and understands volcanoes as well, it's going to be sometimes a little bit on the iffy side with some of the translations, right? And that's the way I look at it. And again, I don't want to sound rude towards anyone. Like you take a look at and some of the other ones, and Andy Volcano, I like him quite a bit, and I read through some of the reports that have come from him, and I understand his English is not 100%. So sometimes he'll put things backwards or throw in a few extra words that don't need to be there or are confusing or something as space fillers, and it kind of goes, do we need that there, or is that just in the translation, right? Anyway, let's carry on with this. And again, I'm not trying to bash anyone. It's just we are all from different cultures, and we sometimes have to work with the translation, right? And it doesn't always flow really well. Being a German myself, I understand. Translating to English sometimes is difficult. Like, especially if we say, like in German, Schweinehund, which is pig dog in English, doesn't make much sense, right? And not in English. In German, it's kind of a, it's a degrading thing. Anyway, degrading word, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, seismic instruments continue to record ongoing periods of a variable tremor amplitude ranging between 0.8 of a hertz to 8 hertz. So they're looking at basically the lower stuff, and that's what we refer to as our magmatic, like what we've got on the chart. Although our magmatic only goes up to about 1 hertz. And then we have our seismicity from 1 to about 10. So that's what we're seeing here as far as the frequencies. In addition, sporadic volcanotectonic quakes associated with the rock fracturing at depth have been detected. And I'm going to add something there. Something Yvonne had mentioned to me about these is that there is, when you have the heavier rock, sometimes you can get larger quakes happening there as well. Grandma B throws in one gift, a membership there. Grandma B, thank you very kindly for that. Grandma B gifted one. There we go. And congratulations to Paul Williams for receiving that. Okay, and Rincon de la Vieja had sulfur dioxide emissions reached 220 tons on October 4th. So it's really not that heavy of a SO2 coming from there. Let's carry on to the next one. Pardon me. Villarrica volcano in Chile. Spectacular lava fountains last night. Yep, well, we've seen some of those on the other shot there, a little bit of a lava spatter. Let's have a look at that, and this does appear to be going up about 125 meters for the highest there that we see in this shot. And that is a fairly tall, 125 meters, that's almost 400 feet. So a fairly big eruptive activity there. The intense fountaining period at the summit vent of Villarrica volcano last night, and POVI was the guys who got that shot, 3:44 a.m. And this is tephra fallout deposits on the upper to mid ice snow covered or snow ice covered slopes between September 7th and September 20th and October 7th from Sentinel-2. So yeah, it gives you the dates up in the top right hand corner there. You can see how it ended up acting. So pretty wild. And of course they got extra snow in between there as well. Pretty cool. All right, next one is this image, and I'm not sure. That is a parabolic path of glowing lava bombs from Villarrica's summit crater last night, and that is a beautiful shot, and that is very, very nice. Next one is this one, that is something else. That is Stromboli, and we'll talk about that one later. Let's take a look real quick. The heightened activity of the volcano continues. Anyway, the POVI reported that the powerful fountaining activity returned to the volcano's summit crater last night. Impressive lava fountains blasted to perhaps a few hundred meters in height. Even some lava jets surpassed 125 meters at the vent or above the vent. Okay, so from recent cloud-free images or satellite images, and that's, yeah, we got lucky. Upper to mid snow ice covered slopes of the edifice are being tephra affected, resulting from previous periods of dense ash emissions. Anyway, they talk about the rest of the stuff there, but all cool. So it was nice to see that. I don't want to spend too much time there. We got more to go. This was our shot of the day for our cover shot there, or a thumbnail for the show, and that is Yasur, and Yasur, of course, in Vanuatu. And Yasur is one of the oldest continuously running volcanoes. Grandma B gifted another one. Thank you, Grandma B. That is the second gift she threw out tonight. And Kananaskis Country got it. Congratulations, KC, on that one. Yeah, that is very cool. So, KC, you just got nailed. You got greened. Yep, KC is green now. I don't know what he's going to do, but anyway. Anyway, above average explosion from Yasur today. And let's see what we got there. I don't think this is related. That's pretty cool though. Kind of hard to tell. That's a mirror at the swimming pool of Caesar Manric at the lava tube. What is it? James O. D. Aqua, or wherever that is. Anyway, we'll leave that one be, and we'll go to the next one, and that is this one here that I can't pronounce. Inilika. Anyway, that is Flores Islands, or Flores Island, Indonesia. Increased seismic activity, alert level raised to a 2. So looking at what they've got there, there's their little chart, and looks like they're showing some busy stuff here with different levels. I'm not sure what everything is representing on this chart. Seismograph depicts increased values at the volcano since late September. So we do see our dates there, but yeah, I mean, we are seeing more activity, that's for sure. Oh, these may be the low frequencies, and what they're renaming them as. That's probably what that is. All right, and no, I don't think this has got anything to do with it. So there they gave the stuff. PVMBG reported that the seismic activity at the volcano began to increase on September 29th. It has remained elevated at least by October 4th, following a daily mean number of the volcano tectonic earthquakes, 9 through 17 to 18 quakes were detected on the 1st of October and on the 3rd, respectively. So interesting. Gas and temperatures considerations have significantly declined at 4 hot spring sites compared to July measurements. Yeah. Okay, and why are they raising the level of the volcano if the hot springs are getting colder? Therefore, the Volcano Observatory raised the alert level for the volcano to alert level 2 due to the likelihood of a sudden periodic explosion. In order to mitigate the risk, people are advised to avoid the area of about 1 kilometer distance from the main crater. Yeah, in other words, don't stand underneath the volcano, it's going to pop. All right, let's get rid of that one. We'll get to the one we want the most. And this, I know it's been a long time in coming. I should have already taken a break, but I'm doing this, so we're going to get this one out of the way. Home Reef Volcano, Tonga Islands. New eruption reshapes and enlarges island. Let's take a look at that shot. Watch it carefully. And this island just kind of almost grew by 1/3 when you look at those time-lapse images. And that is pretty cool. And of course, if you look at the water around it, you also see the extra green discoloration of the water and stuff like that. So pretty darn cool. But yeah, that island really did grow quite a bit there. And I think Foxyjima is growing. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that one. Maybe it'll keep growing, and that'll be awesome. This one, of course, not related, but that is from the Indonesian area as well. That looks awesome. You can see that wonderful eruptive activity right there from the is it Tengger caldera? Tengger. Anyway, I don't think that's related or that. Let's see what it says. The new eruptive activity of the volcano started about 3 weeks ago. According to Sentinel-2 satellite imagery, it seems that what initial phase of the activity is considered as a pre-magmatic in origin. In other words, some water got in there. Or at least water is mixed in with the magma. Given the pre-eruptive elevation of the volcano 10 meters below sea level, source Smithsonian Global Volcanism Program, and the erupted magma reacting with external seawater, leading to ejection of steam and pyroclastic fragments. And in other words, a big boom. A strong thermal anomaly indicates, or highly likely, a new batch of magma leading to a new lava fusion that has reshaped the island by extending the origin south coast by lava flows. I don't know, they don't say how much volume we really got, but hopefully they will tell us how much it grew. Whether the explosions, weather explosions accompanying the activity is also unclear, but the absence of ash emissions might confirm solely the effusive eruption. Well, I'm glad there's less ash. We don't need that ash. We just want to see the volcano and the lava. So that'd be cool. Interesting though, the fact that the pre-magmatic issues are there with, that seems to be a common occurrence there. Well, at least from what I've read in the past comments from, or past papers and etc. from these volcanoes in Tonga. Hunga Tonga, Hunga Ha'apai, of course, being the big one that really blew. And, that's the same kind of scenario. This, though, didn't have that supermassive explosion. It did have pre-magmatic issues, but only in smaller quantities, and likely just getting smaller amounts in there. So whatever water is trying to infiltrate into the magma chamber, it's not making it. It's getting cooked off too much. Anyway, we'll leave that there. That is the one that I was interested in. I'm glad that I did that. I'm going to go take a break now, though, and we'll put you back on something. Let's see, what do we got over there? Sakurajima is not doing so well. I don't know. You guys want to leave it on here, or do you want to watch? Let's see. It's dark there. It's dark there. It's getting dark there, or we can put it back on canned lava. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you want to see? Do you want to watch Sakurajima there in Japan? We can put it on the other far away shot. There's another ice cream boat there, by the way. And you can still see, well, actually it's starting to get a little clearer over there. That ash is starting to drop, so pretty cool. All right, nobody's saying anything, so I'm going to leave it right in there for now. Throw on some music. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Gonna go take that break. Don't go away, everyone. Thanks. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yep, you got to see some of the live stuff from Sakurajima, and now you're seeing some of the canned lava from Rebi. So I figure we can have both. And let's see who just left. Going South, good night to you. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Sue and Kananaskis country. Appreciate that. And of course, we're really messed up time-wise here. So we'll keep doing what we can for right now, but we're going to work on earthquakes. Thanks, Teresa, for the welcome back. Yippee more. Absolutely. Well, it's time for earthquakes, so we got to go do that. So let's see what's shaking, and we'll get over there to our wonderful earthquake map, and that is the USGS earthquake map. Let's start where we normally start. Well, maybe we won't. Let's peek over here. What's this? 4.5 in the Icelandic region, and that is on the Reykjanes Ridge. It's way out here. 4.5. That's interesting. It happened at 1900, 10 kilometers down. Yeah, a brand new quake. And makes you wonder. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. All right, so Kamchatka Peninsula, we do have one quake there, 4.2. And that came in yesterday at 22:15, 112.8 kilometers down. Sliding along the Aleutian Islands, we see this. We've got a 5.6, 162 kilometers west of Nikolsky, Alaska, and that is from 2041, and that is at yesterday, 118.4 kilometers down. There's a second one there, 4.4, and that's Fox Island, Aleutian Islands. Hey, that's my place. 2117 was the time on it yesterday, 113.2 kilometers down. And hey, why are we seeing little spots here? There's a Shisheldon, and it's got some little quakes here. 1.3s, False Pass area, 1.5 False Pass. Yep, 1.4. So something going shaking there. Anyway, let's carry on, slide down the coast a little bit to see if there's anything major or big happening there. A bunch of the little ones on the San Andreas. We see the subduction areas, of course, shaking a little bit as normal. And going further down, we do see this one here that is in Honduras, and that is a 4.6 from 1400. 10 kilometers down for that. And then we have this one here just on the edge of the Cocos Plate, pushing towards Panama, 4.7 from 246, 10 kilometers down for him. We do see some other little ones here, 3.6 Puerto Rico area, 3.0 and 3.7. That's actually a Dominican Republic. So a little bit of shaking going on there. So we got this one, and we want to go down to the next one. This is in Chile, a 4.2, and that's 55 minutes after midnight, 122.5 kilometers down for that. Next one further down in Chile, and that's a 4.7, and that is 4 minutes after midnight, 81.9 kilometers down for him. Nothing new out here in the South Sandwich Island region, or those volcanoes, and we don't see anything new down on the lower portions of the Antarctic ridge. We do see, though, in this shot, we have a new one just off the coast of New Zealand, 4.7, and depending on their scale, that might have been a 5 or something. But 7:40 a.m. and 10 kilometers down. I wonder if they felt that. And that is actually fairly close in proximity. I don't think you would have noticed it over at Taupo over here. It's a little too far away, but still, I'm sure the local area would have felt that. Kermadec Ridge, we have this guy here, and that's a 4.8. Kermadec Island region from yesterday, 2130 at 10 kilometers down. And Fiji, we have a 4.9 from yesterday at 2300, 561.6 kilometers down for that guy. And Solomon Island, I think, yeah, Solomon Island region up there from 1654 was a 4.6, and it's down 98.7 kilometers. Getting up into Papua New Guinea, we have this year Bougainville region, and it's a 5.1 fair size quake, 4:34 this morning our time, 49 kilometers down for him. And he had a friend out here, 150 kilometers east of Kokopo, New Papua New Guinea, of course. Anyway, that's 109 kilometers down, 1:51 a.m. for that 4.5. No more new ones there on that little swarm, but we do have things moving. Near Bagana volcano on Bougainville. Okay, cool. So that is... Yeah, no, that's this one. Yeah, that'd be here somewhere on that one, right? Hang on. Wasn't it on... No, we had that other one is over here. So that's a little ways away. But that's okay. Maybe you're thinking of a different one. I don't know. Anyway, for right now, let's keep going here. 5.2. Taal from 18 minutes after midnight, 77.3 kilometers down. Not very deep for that from 18 minutes after midnight. This other one, Banda C, 4.4, 1546, 219.2 kilometers down. And then we go over a little bit more here, and we see this guy, and Sumba or Sumba region of Indonesia. Anyway, that's a 4.9. 3:30 this morning, 27.6 kilometers down, and we don't see anything on Sumatra or going up. Nothing until we get to the bottom end of Philippines, and I don't like where that is sitting. That is very close to Taal volcano. That's a 5.2, and that is from 1824, 10 kilometers down. And like I say, that is Taal volcano right there. So, yeah, that's well within striking range. Also, just want to mention, very heavily populated here in these areas. And there's all kinds of infrastructure, oil refineries, things like that. Hopefully, everything is okay for them in this region because of that, being a sizable quake, 5.2. And having a volcano right there. Wow. Anyway, let's zoom back out a little bit more and take a look at the other stuff. We don't see anything else till we get up here into the Kuril Islands, and that is a 5.1 from 1633, 48.7 kilometers down. We already got the one on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we'll leave that there. I'm going to just double check. Nothing in Africa. And I want to get this one up here. This is Mongolia, 4.1, 1504, 10 kilometers down for that guy. And this one over here is, I think there's two there. Yeah, it's an older one underneath. A 4.6 in Tajikistan from a 254, 10 kilometers down. And then we got a 2 here. This is Afghanistan, a 4.7 from 1909. That's the latest one, and that's 10 kilometers down. The other one was also a 4.9 from 1803, 10 kilometers down. So things doing its things. I don't know if he's still here. There, Julian. Anyway, this one here, Turkey, eastern portions, and that's a 4.5 from a 504 this morning, and that is 10 kilometers down. So we don't see anything else that is new other than we know this one was here in Iceland. We already had that look, and that's a 4.5, and that is on the Reykjanes Ridge, going out quite a distance there. So I'm just trying to get a kind of a idea how far that is. That might be about 350 kilometers or 300 kilometers from Iceland. So it's a fair distance away from it, and I don't know if that is going to make any impact there in Iceland. But the fact that it is on the Reykjanes Ridge is giving us a pretty good indicator, because we have these up here too. Things are moving, and the tectonic plates are consistently moving. It's just sometimes they move more than others. And what I always kind of mention here is the average that we see for quakes is usually about 2,250, 2,260 quakes in a 7-day period. Pardon me. And we certainly haven't seen those quakes for quite some time. So something is going to rebound eventually and get our quake levels back up. And it's almost like we have a null in what we're seeing there as far as tectonic movement before, and now it's all starting to chug around again. Means more volcanic activity. Anyway, it is a break time once again. No, actually, we'll keep going. Never mind. I'm just going to keep going. We'll go do SO2 next. I'm not going to take a break. We just had a break. The other one here, I wanted to turn this on. I've been making a mistake for a while, and I always thought this one here was tofu, and it was not. I made a boo-boo, and I will own up to it. The one that we always see smoking is this Ruapehu volcano, not tofu, and that one is over here. But this one smokes as well, but not as much. This one is the one that's always giving us the plumes. So my bad, but I just wanted to point this out. This is where Home Reef Volcano is. For those people who aren't familiar with it, there's a Fiji over there, and if we zoom in here a little bit, it gives you a little bit more of an idea. Home Reef Volcano, and there's a Hunga area over there. So that is where we've got it. Oh, there, and that's pretty cool. So the existing island, well, they didn't have an island there originally, and it's growing and growing. So we will see an island. Well, we do see an island now that is continuing to go. But you can see that sea mound right underneath there, and that is pretty awesome to be able to see that. And he's got a neighbor there too, that late volcano. I don't know when a late volcano is going to erupt, but hopefully it won't be too late. I know, bad humor. Okay. I know, bad humor. Sip of a Pepsi. I need that. Thank you, Sue. I do need that. Ring of Fire activity. You got it. I needed that. Okay, and let's just kind of get over to our SO2 map and get that going. So windy.com is where I'm going to pop over to, and we'll find it there. And I'll try to clear my throat. All right, let's get over and have a look. And there we go. All right, so interesting map there. Let's just peruse the North American or the Northern Hemisphere first. Looks like we still have quite a bit of SO2 hanging around the North Pole and in the northern latitudes. And it's a kind of quite a bit actually way up north there. We do still see the stuff from our wonderful Sheldon moving around here, and I don't know if this is a new stuff. This looks like a fairly heavy plume. Did we have another volcano erupting today, or is this a remnant that we're seeing that is just being pulled around by that low pressure system there? Anyway, let's take a look here. We see so much of it, it all just kind of blends in. This one is from Shivlash. This is from Yasur and possibly Bezimiani. And this one would be likely for Karimsky, and down here Matnovsky, and further down this would be from Ibiko. So lots of gas givers there. And of course here's our other one over this side of the pond doing a fantastic job, and that's Sheldon, and it's put out quite a bit of SO2. Oh, did I say Yasur? Klyushevskoy. Yeah, Klyushevskoy is here. So, thanks, Sue. Oh, sometimes that happens, and those wrong volcanoes pop out of there. They want to migrate. It's okay. You don't have to worry. So, Shivlash, Bezimiani, and not Yasur, but Klyushevskoy. Oh, come on, Yasur wants to be up there. They want to bring their palm trees there. What is Earth a wobble, and is it rare since humans have been lurking about Earth? Earth wobble. Well, if you're talking about precession, that's the tilt of the Earth. If that is what you're referring to as wobble. The Earth is fairly stable as far as its spin rate, but as far as wobbling, it migrates back and forth as far as the precession and the tilt of the planet. And there's different things that affect that. It's a whole bunch of learning there, but we're not going to go through all that. It'll take hours to try to put a good explanation together. Anyway, we see fairly heavy levels of our SO2 going up into the Arctic Ocean as well. So Canada's starting to look a little bit better. BC still fairly heavy. Alberta has I'll say a fair amount. It looks like the lucky province today is Saskatchewan. They're fairly clear. Manitoba has a little bit up north yet. Same with Ontario, but Ontario also has a little bit down on the bottom end of the panhandle. We see that big massive low is finally got sitting over top of Quebec City right now, and it's still pumping a lot of SO2 out towards Nova Scotia and PEI and those areas. But if once it moves a little bit more and they start to get more rain in these areas, that too will dissipate. Looks like the levels here in Newfoundland not so bad, and northern Quebec, the very tip up north here, not so good, but the rest of it are doing fairly well, as same as Labrador. This stream that was coming through yesterday and day before is kind of waning a little bit, and I think once some more of this air gets pushed out, it'll start to be a little bit better there in the southern Great Lake regions in the U.S. and going out towards New York and so on. North Carolina will start to clean up as well a little bit. But the other states look like they're doing not so bad, and we are seeing most of them. Nebraska seems to be a center for low right now. But the West Coast are not quite faring as well. We do see Washington and portions of Oregon, as well as there in California, fairly heavy levels. Hopefully that'll dissipate. We also see down here in Mexico starting to get clear in most places, but we see that stuff from Popocatépetl as well as Mexico City and pluming into the Gulf of Mexico. Our Central American volcanoes are pushing that SO2 northward. Well, they're not pushing it, the wind is, but that's what we're seeing. And then over here we have, what is it? It's not, no, Nevado del Ruz, how about that? We'll stick with him. That's what he's doing there. I was going to say Reventador, but Reventador is here in Ecuador. Nevado del Ruz is there. And no, this isn't from the Galapagos Islands. That is residual stuff. So all good. And moving down a little bit more, we do see Sabancaya doing its thing and continuing on with the SO2 exportation. And glad that they've got a low sitting here and it's all being drawn into that. That's better than getting onto the land portion. And looking at what we've got on the rest of Chile, pretty normal. Nothing too crazy. Rio de Janeiro, pretty normal as well. Sao Paulo, a little bit less. Might be raining there. And where the heck is all this stuff coming from? And again, we see, look at all this in the southern hemisphere. This is just absolutely crazy. There have to be sources for all that SO2. It can't just appear out of thin air. Looking here, I don't believe this is all from a White Owl volcano. If it is, it's definitely erupting, but I don't think it is. I think that's some of that residual stuff. And looking at what we've got here in Australia, we don't see too much from the oil refineries, but we see the coking plants and some likely some fires out here. That's the only thing I can think of. Anyway, in Tonga, there we see that plume, and I always thought that was Tofua. Maybe it is. If we zoom in, doesn't give us the name. No, it gives us a crater. I don't want the crater. La Fia. It's not what I want to see. I want to see what the name is. Anyway, that's okay. We'll figure that out. We do have Tubao over there, but that is Fijian. Anyway, we'll leave that be. We do see Yasur, or should I mix them up and we'll call this one Klayushevskoy for now. How about that, Sue? Grandma B, good night to you. Saying a good night and a bit early. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Night, night, all. Good night, Grandma B. And yeah, we're running a little late here, but that's okay. Vanuatu, and we see Gawa and Naoba doing their thing. And then, of course, Papua New Guinea, nothing too crazy there. Luotalak, we see is just chugging away as normal. Fairly heavy plumes from Semeru. Not so much coming from Marapi. And it looks like most of this could be from Jakarta. I'm not sure how much is coming out of Krakatau right now. And we also have other volcanoes there, Demko, as well as this area has Marapi and Kerinci. I'm still eating, Sue. I want to eat too. I want to eat something. I'm hungry. This is, what is it? The Cinnabon. Cinnabon reminds me of cinnamon buns. I want, okay, Decono and Ibu doing their thing there. And then we get up here and we see a Mayon, and that is a fairly healthy plume there. Alba Girl, and welcome. And of course, we see there is Taal, and we've seen what was coming out of there. We have a larger plume here today, so Taal definitely stepping up the mo. But we also still have quite a bit of SO2 from Manila. Taiwan, fairly heavy, and we don't see so much from our volcanic islands out here. Mind you, we got that big storm out here, right? And this would be from Suwanoshijima, and then going up to Sakurajima there in the bottom end of Japan. And look at what ASO has done. Wow, ASO is really, really heavy with SO2 today. And moving up a little bit more, we don't see too much there at Tokyo. Looks like whatever it was here has slid down a bit. Not so much coming from Osama either. So that might be some residual stuff. We don't know for sure. And looking here in China, fairly heavy. Up in the northern areas, they're not going to worry about that. And yep, downward frowny face with two eyes. That is what we see there. Too much SO2, and that's why it's frowning. Yep. Anyway, that's India, and we get down here. We do see our wonderful South African gold smelting is still creating quite a bit of SO2. And let's try this one over here. It's a Nyamuragira, a Nyiragongo in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Goma 1 and 2. There, I did it without making a mistake. This little spot, Erta and that is all cool. And we see these other heavy spots, and those are from the oil refineries in different places in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq and Iran, and also up here in Lebanon, and there's one in Cairo, but it's not so bad. And then we have some, I don't know what's going on over here with the high SO2 in western Turkey, but it's still up there level-wise. They really do need some heavy rain there just for a few days, just to clean the air. And looking at this region, this is of course Sicily, and we have our wonderful Mount Etna right in there, making a very heavy plume. And you know, I just can't see living in a place like that where you always have really high concentrations of SO2. Stromboli's kind of the same thing right now. It's putting out a little bit of SO2. I'm completely unsure of what's coming from a volcano, but Stromboli definitely got something. I wanted to check up here. Hang on, I gotta zoom out just a tad bit so I can find it. There it is. And I wanted to see, is there an increased level here at Campi? And no, we're not seeing very much increase there at Campi. As a matter of fact, it looks like the other stuff is all higher. So up north, Rome, maybe Rome's gonna pop. All right, looking at Spain, not too much there. France is pretty good. Half of Germany, bottom half, doing all right. Belgium, Holland, not bad. Once we get up into Denmark, the level goes up quite high, same as what we've got over in Poland, and then going to the east there through Belarus and into Russia, etc. And of course, we see a plume going over top of Ireland and northern England, possibly into Scotland, a little bit up on the top here from that circulation as well. And I'm hoping it's raining there, and that's what's causing that big round arc, and getting rid of some of that SO2. And Iceland definitely covered with SO2 as well, so hopefully that is not going to affect them too much. Anyway, quick peek at big storms and stuff like that, and then we'll call it a day. So that was our SO2 map. Let's see what we've got hanging around the planet. And looking at what we see here, well, it looks like it's getting colder in Canada and the US. Sean, what are you doing? And there's another circulation right here, and I don't think it's named or anything, but it's a low and it's moving fast. We also have a very fast wind in here. Not sure what that is all about. And let's see, we have that huge circulation here that is likely creating some rain, and we're seeing it work as a cleaner, so that is pretty cool. I did see the other storm here, Bolavin or Bolavin, whichever it is, and it has decided to move northward, and it's staying away from Taiwan and Manila and those areas, so it is ocean bound, and maybe it wants to go take a look at some volcanoes up north. Who knows? But he's got 3 highs there to deal with. I don't know if that's going to make any difference. Just peeking here at Australia while we're going by, I see those very dark colors, 40 degrees in some spots there, and that is pretty warm for them for right now. Anyway, storm-wise, yeah, that guy is there. We do see that other big circulation over there just in the Bering Sea and just right on the Aleutian Islands. Hopefully they're all okay there. All right, let's put it on to satellite view just to see the cloud patterns. And there you go. You see that a big thing in between. That's what's brought the snow to Iceland. If we do this, we zoom in here, you might see, oh, we need precipitation turned on. There it is. That's the snow that's coming down. And it is snowing in Iceland, and it is this guy that's drawing all that stuff in there. All right, yeah, snow up in Greenland too. We got a little bit of a storm down there in the central U.S. states here. What is that, Iowa and those places? I think so. And anyway, hopefully they'll be okay. Omaha, Nebraska, I guess. And in Kansas, hopefully it's no tornadoes, and we don't want any of those for anyone. And there's the kind of gives you a little bit of a weather map there of what that other storm is doing. Hopefully that'll all go away. Anyway, there's a Sean down there. It's actually very small in comparison. I think this storm is bigger than that right now. All right, let's leave it as that. We see the central band is still all the way across the planet, which is kind of cool. And we see a bunch of snow down on the bottom too. I don't like that. Snow everywhere. We're going into a global winter. Yikes. Anyway, let's go back to temperatures and see what we've got for the coldest place on the planet. So right now we're seeing a 70, 71 already, and the bottom here. Let's see if we can find something colder than a minus 71 degrees Celsius. There's a 68, 69, and we have another 70 right there. And I don't like winter. I don't like winter either. Actually, I don't mind winter if it was only 3 months. When it drags on to 6 months, that's when it's not so good. That's when, you know, you got snow-covered streets and things like that. I don't know, I'm not seeing anything much lower than a minus 71 that we had in here. Yeah, right there. And there's that minus 71 on the screen. I don't see anything colder there either. And let's see if we can maybe spot it if I'm zoomed in. 69, 68, that must have moved me down a bit. And I don't know. 68, 69, no, 62. There's, I just seen it. There's 71 right in here somewhere. 69. There's a 70. There's a minus 71. I don't see anything colder. I think it's a tie, Sue. We've both got minus 71 for today. So that is about it. Anyway, that is a pretty, what? I'm envious. Who's envious? Of what? I want winter. No, I don't want winter. I want summer all year long. Actually, I want 4 seasons. That's actually pretty nice to have. Anyway, let's throw this on. I don't know where we're going to throw this. There's a Sakurajima. Not doing a heck of a lot. We'll put it back on a canned lava to wrap up the show. And we'll get that on the screen and get it moving anyway. There we go. And for all those good people who are here, I want to say thank you. Glad that you could pop in tonight and join us and enjoy the show. And I'm going to do some maintenance in the background here and shut a few of these larger windows down. And hopefully it will be okay with them. There we go. I need that one down. There we got it. All right. Working on it. And there's another ice cream boat in if you need to go. All right. Let's get us back to that canned lava, and we'll let that go for now. You are most certainly welcome, Sue, and thank you for providing those wonderful volcano reports and all the extras there. That is always very, very awesome. Big thank you to all of you for being here, and that is the most important thing. Whether you're a member or not, you're still part of that lava family, and thank you for being here. Do want to say thank you to BMAT for his wonderful super chat, as well as to our gift givers. And that was Oz, a gifted one, and Kevin Haynes, a gifted one, and Grandma B gifted 2 gifts today. And thank you very kindly, you guys, for that wonderful support. Appreciate it. And nice to have the lava family working together. So very awesome. Big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue, even though it seems like Sue's done the most work here. She's the visible one anyway. Thank you, Sue. And also a C&D boy and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and Gary at 24/7 Live, VZ Skies. Thanks, moderators. I appreciate all of you. And it's awesome to have you here. It really is. On those notes, a big thanks goes out to everyone. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, please. And only one thing left to add from me, and that is, please, please, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care, stay safe, and hey, tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Take care, have a good night, and have an excellent Friday the 13th. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.
Bye.